Hello, hello, good morning, and welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob Johnson. Welcome to the stream. Let me grab the chat that I hid from myself. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Yeah, it's me. Dave is off today, and he did a stream last week, I believe. So, today it is art. We will continue on a similar arc that we were on last time. Not exactly the same, but same area, same release we're working on. Good morning, everybody. All right. So we're probably just going to jump in pretty quickly. Yes, we are working on MouseHunt. We're doing kind of a different set of mice right now. Last kind of episode with you guys, we were working on a kind of like dragon themed character with a lot of stormy kind of atmosphere. This character is going to be a lot more kind of early area. It's going to be a potion dropper. So essentially, the idea is you kind of enter the area and you fight this character and others, and you gain some drops off of them, and you use those to progress through the area. So that is what we're doing today. No, not a dragon today. We still have a couple more to do for this area, but we need the potion guys done. So just priority wise, I decided we're gonna focus on this instead of doing the super duper cool ones. It might be kind of interesting to. I'm sure we'll, next Feedback Friday Art Edition, we might draw, like another mouse for this area because there's still a few to go. We have a lot of things we're working on in between the mice. Currently, I've been working on some stuff for an update to Bristlewood's Rift and other cool features and kind of quality of life things and in between projects. So we have like 3 different kind of things on the go at the same time. So the MouseHunt stuff is still obviously being worked on, but we're doing kind of multiple things at the same time. So it might take a little bit to get it all done, but that's fine. It's gonna be great. Oh hey, it's Jacob. All right, so I tweaked my hotkeys, so now I don't just accidentally change camera, or rather the cats don't accidentally change camera on me when they walk across my keyboard. So I have to hold down Control to alter my camera, which is definitely a better setup. Hey, Grab is in Toronto, yes. No, that is not Doggo on the couch. That is Pika. Our most rotund of cats. Wash is just down beside me here on the floor, chilling like a villain. We've been having kind of like heavy rain and a couple of storms, and Wash is very sensitive to loud noises. And he knows when thunder is coming because the heavy rain and stuff. So last night we were just kind of hanging out, and it started to like just pour outside, and my windows were open so you could hear it, and he just like came up and was just like shivering, and I like had him on my lap, and he was just quivering basically until he fell asleep that night. So he's just a little baby. Yeah, he gets so scared. Poor little guy. All right. I think we're just gonna jump right in. Yeah, no, he just like ever since we went to the dog park and some like teenagers were lighting off fireworks in the middle of the afternoon, he just has been terrified of loud noises. Yeah, poor doggo. Okay, so much cat hair on my Cintiq. All right, so need to kind of like figure out where I want to start with this one. But essentially it is going to be kind of, I think, one of the higher end potion droppers. Um, we're going to have a few, of course, and they'll kind of be like the rain side and the wind side. And it's kind of like you use your kind of like your base cheese, come in and it'll attract either of these kind of, you know, rain or wind, and then one of them's probably going to be like more attracted to like super brie or like you know, like a more premium cheese. I'm not sure exactly what cheese we would use, probably super brie, but one of the mice that might be more common with better cheese um, would kind of drop potions for both sides. So I think I might tackle that character right now. So I'm just trying to think of where I want to go with this right now. Or should I just do like one of the factions, essentially? Yeah, I was thinking of doing like something along the alchemist line. Um, there's this one character from a game series that I love from like Wakfu slash Dofus. He's from kind of multi-universe games. Uh, and he's like this crazy awesome alchemist. So I was almost wondering if I should like try and grab some inspiration from that character because I do like to reference things. I think that might be nice. Not sure if you're allowed to say, but will there be any uber rare mice in this area? We haven't had any in the latest big areas. I don't think, like, right now this area would have one. Current iteration says probably not. Um, but it is still in its early-ish design phase. We have most things kind of, you know, tackled, but a lot of the kind of rarities come from balance, and we haven't kind of dealt with balance at all yet. Um, and that said, when we actually get to properly play testing in the area, we may well decide like, oh, this would really benefit from like that super rare mouse, right? Um, yeah, and I mean, Harbinger of Death is that's a good point. That one's a challenging one to track down. There are actually secrets. Well, I don't know how secret it is, but there's a pretty cool trick to hunting that guy down. That's pretty good. Um, yeah, shoulder level of rare. No, I don't think we'll be doing that anytime soon. There is something that Giorgio and I have been kind of working on that might kind of bring back a little bit more of that feeling for you guys for some stuff coming up. Can't tell you what that is though, but I think that'll be pretty exciting and cool. Um, it's probably not for everybody, but it'll be pretty great for those that want it. Um, so more on that in the future. Um, hmm, it's a fun idea. Maybe instead of bottles, the alchemist can use funny things like frogs, snakes, and bugs to fill with his chemicals. I just pictured like a frog just like strapped to a belt and just like his gullet full of weird potion chemical. Huh. I don't think I'll do that to a frog. But it was a fun mental image. Okay, so let's just start by, I I guess, scribbling some stuff. So we want like an alchemist. So he's going to be concocting stuff or gathering materials, perhaps. Maybe artificing something, kind of like analyzing it. He's going to be like inquisitive, intelligent. Um, get a bit of a head tilt. So I found that can kind of like make a character look a little more inquisitive. Ooh, don't want to use this lasso tool. It's the worst. Good for some things, but much prefer that one. So I kind of want to like have this character kind of analyzing something. Maybe it's like a weird kind of like fluid-filled sack or something that like seems to possess air and water qualities, we'll say. That might kind of like be an interesting start. Maybe it has tools and stuff for extraction. I kind of like the idea of like showing it kind of like in the middle of a process of creating these potions as opposed to having like a pile of potions on hand, perhaps might be more interesting. So we're going to be really, really loose and scribbly. I'm sure most of you are familiar with my process, but yeah, it's basically going to be a mess until we get happy with where the direction is, and then we'll start to kind of fine tune the details, and then of course get to the render after we've kind of solidified some things. So I kind of want them to be like long and lanky. I am going to try and base it off of the Otomai character a little bit because I think he's cool. So I'm just going to probably do a bunch of scribbling and then we'll hopefully land on something that we like. We've got kind of a little headband, and that's basically poorly drawn, but gets the idea across. Basically, as long as I can kind of tell what's happening with the scribble, then that's good enough for a sketch. I feel like he's getting pretty lanky, probably way too lanky. So I'm just trying to kind of figure out where I want the action to go. So I want there to be focus on the object, the face, and then Maybe something over here. So we have this kind of triangle. Maybe there'll be kind of like the alchemist workstation here or something. That might be good. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at, an action line that kind of does this, I guess. Start at the face, move to the object, go down the leg and tail maybe to the alchemist table. Maybe I'll let the tail come down here, come up, create more of that flow. Maybe there's not a table, but like maybe he's just holding something out. His extremely long limbs. A big flask behind with an entire ecosystem inside. That sounds kind of amazing. Juice. Maybe something like that. So neat idea. I like it. Is slow-mo down? Why is slow-mo down? Oh, I don't know how to change that. Someone else must have enabled slow mode, I guess. I don't think the chat is exploding to the point that it needs slow mode. But I'm not necessarily the best at watching the chat, knowing what's going on. So we'll gathered something. I'll make it like soggy and gross. And then there's also going to be like air holes or something in it. So it's like this weird sponge type thing, which is basically, rain and wind elements come together in a sponge, I'd say. You have the sponge that absorbs the liquid, but also is just full of air and stuff, I guess. I don't know. Just a thought. Yeah, maybe there's this weird plant that it's using for crafting these potions. That's just an idea. Okay, and then we're going to have some kind of alchemist setup here. I think it'd be nice to like make it look almost like it's very kind of like in the middle of a jungle, so like all of it's made of plant matter maybe. Guy's proportions are ridiculous, but I kind of like it. I don't know how long we'll go today. I kind of think we'll run a bit of a shorter one. Um, the the past several Feedback Friday art editions I've done have gone like full like 6 or 7 hours each. So I don't think we'll be doing that this turn, but who knows? I always say that it's probably going to be a shorter one, and then it ends up being 6 hours. I'm just going to give this a quick little flip to see if it looks absolutely ridiculous. It does a little, that's fine. We can make tweaks. And I'm making him like surprisingly kind of like muscular and kind of like just big and imposing, which I think is kind of fun for a scholarly type character. He's got a pretty wide neck for the characters we usually draw. He's going to be pretty wiry and like wiry and muscly all at the same time. I know some people that are like that, pretty like tall and strong, and yeah, so it'll make for a pretty decent character. I don't like this headband right now. It's not quite working. We'll come back to that one, I think. $1.1 billion gold? That's crazy. I think the most gold someone has in their office is Giorgio. I think he has um, like over 300 million gold. Yeah, I don't know what you could possibly do with 1.1 billion gold other than mock all the plebes below you. So I am sitting on very, very, very little in comparison. Let's see what I'm at right now. What do you want to say? Yep. I have a bunch of stuff I'm going to be putting onto the market soon, but I'm sitting on just under 18 million gold. Yeah, there's a lot of gold in the game. It's kind of ridiculous. Sorry, just checking the message really quick. Ronzo will only come when she has run out of her preferred coffee brew, which involves melted dark chocolate and molten gold. And one thing we know for sure is she'll basically never run out of molten gold, so it's just when she runs out of the dark chocolate. Okay. All right, so let's do kind of like some kind of apothecary stand. I'm just gonna Google really quick. Just see if I can find some cool like layouts of an apothecary alchemist workshop. There's a couple neat looking devices there. So I want there to be kind of different levels of stuff happening. So it could be like big. Big kind of like in here. Give me some practice painting glass with reflections. But I wanna make it feel like this setup is like just deep in the jungle somewhere. So I'll have just like plant matter kind of like growing onto it and just dirt and debris. Um, okay, and then I'm gonna have him just kind of like just holding something off of the shelf, maybe. Long limb Magoo. Is that a butt? That's a butt. No, it's not a butt. There. All references to butts are removed henceforth. No butts on this shelf. There we go. No butts at all. So I think we'll have kind of like just like twine and kind of not even rope, but just like vines strapping all this together, I think. What a bummer. No butts. Aw, shucks. Kind of want this glowing now. Why do we always have mice that use potions dropping potions? Shouldn't there be a mouse that is a potion? You're right. There we go. All done. And that was Feedback Friday, guys. We got our mouse potion. Oh, now make that a collectible. Shortest Feedback Friday ever. No, that's a good point. Shortest art edition, I guess, because we've definitely had very short Feedback Fridays where, yeah, usually it is just the game crashing, or sorry, the stream crashing. I'm gonna shorten the legs just a smidge. Not too happy with where the stand is. Let's copy this guy. Just didn't like where the attention was going yet. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm starting to feel better about this now. Um, Come up with a little bit of an idea on this kind of potion brewing station, which is kind of fun. think whatever is boiling in there is the potion itself, right? See boiling soap. No, it's not soap. We'll figure it out. We'll make it look more kind of, you know, jungle potion. Should his tail go behind the stand, maybe? And we're still in the very scribbly, messy stage, guys. It's going to look bad until we're happy with how it works. And then we'll make it look good. Maybe I should make the spiral go the opposite way. Wooden bionic right arm. Well, then he'd be Merle High Church. Super long arm barista. Okay, I think the arms are like awkwardly long, so let's try and adjust that a little bit. Anatomy, who needs? Who needs? All right, let's do something ridiculous. Flip it upside down. Yeah, it's uncomfortable drawing upside down. We'll tone the fire down so it's not insane. That'll be like where air flows into this kind of chimney. Yeah, I agree with the sprout. The spout. Extending more. does kind of have a weird interaction with that branch. I'll have to like sit on the bottom of it, I think. Burning stone should look more jungle style. Hmm. The only way I can think of making the stones more jungle is for them to be like soft and worn with like moss on them instead of kind of jagged and young. These are like old worn stones. So I'll have them kind of like coming out from the base and then just have moss on them and such. There's definitely going to be a lot of kind of like moss covering stuff in this area. Hmm. So there's tons of construction out front, and some people just get really impatient because they have to wait for dump trucks to move and such. Silly humans. Should not take this road. A little bit of moss on fire here. I imagine the chimney is pretty well insulated, like the outer side of it's not going to light. Those are big, kind of like stones, and they'll have kind of like clay between them and stuff, so these kind of posts are kind of pushed out far enough to not catch fire. Okay, so I feel like that's working pretty well. Definitely got to tweak a lot of the image just to make it feel better. It's kind of awkward in some parts. Let's see. Haven't really done much with the character. I think we need to address him more. I'm kind of liking this little concoction stand though. It's working pretty decently. Concentrate the fire. So it feels like it's just a tiny fire inside this whole chimney. Feels a little more contained. Must add potion mouse somehow. I don't know how we can add this guy. I don't know. Just a discarded bottle. Okay, so I'm going to address this character a little more. Try and make him work. So right now I don't really feel like he's working that great. Oh, pardon me. I should probably take a break really soon. Get some more caffeine going on, and then we We shall continue. I think I want to just kind of scribble this guy out a little bit more. So basically, I'm going to work on him for a few minutes, take a short break where I just kind of make another drink, use the washroom, etc., and then we'll work on it until we're happy, probably around 1 o'clock. We'll go on lunch, and then we'll render this beast out. That'll be pretty cool. I think his torso is too long at this point. Let's maybe not have a super duper long torso. We'll have like high-waisted jeans, well, not jeans, but high-waisted pants. It's like some kind of belt. Hammer pants. Are your pants too baggy? I know mine are. Alright. I really need to do more like fabric studies. Let's give this a quick flip. He just feels so off. Definitely need to fiddle with him for a bit. His neck is messing me up too. Maybe it's too long. He needs a cool hat, doesn't everybody? It's his hair, a hair bun. But maybe there's a mushroom hat. um, Maybe I'll make it more bun-like. Hmm. Will there ever be a MouseHunt art book? That's something that we've like discussed and looked at a little bit. Unfortunately, like we don't do the mice at incredibly high resolutions, and that's silly of us. We probably should. What are we doing this at, anyways? Uh, that in inches. 9 by 14. That's actually pretty decent now. I think we started doing mice at this resolution a couple of years back now. So if we did it, it'd have to be either a small book, like page dimension wise, or it would kind of feature only more recent characters, which I'm not opposed to. But yeah, basically you need someone to actually like put the thing together, and it's a lot of design work. I know Andrew's kind of like looked into it. Ugh. But yeah, it's just like a lot to do, and it'd be great. Yeah, someone just needs to do it basically. But yeah, I think we'd definitely be all for it. Just got to get around to doing it, and it's very time consuming. So yeah, we're just kind of too busy trying to make content for you guys. Does that belt work? Just weird like slime coming off of this thing. Oh yeah, all the art time lapse videos. I haven't made one of those in ages. I also haven't been recording them like a dummy. I'm such a dummy. Should be recording these. Now that I have a computer that can handle it again. I had to stop doing that for the longest while because my computer was just dying when recording the video. And I also had basically not being able to have room to store the videos. Um, so I basically just stopped. It also takes a little bit of editing. It's not too terrible, but I'm horribly lazy at times. But it'd be nice to do those again. Okay, I'm definitely feeling a lot better with the character now. Starting to come into his own. So that means at this point, I'm gonna jump out and basically make another kind of like mocha drink. I already have everything ready to go. I just need to stir it together. Ooh, fill up my water. So I'll be gone for like 1 minute, basically. So don't go anywhere. I'm gonna go on a quick break. Let me actually save this because I haven't done that yet. That might be a good idea, guys. We like to preserve the things we create. What's the name of? Oh yeah. Like, what is the name of this location? There we go. So I have saved it. I am now gonna go on like a 3-minute break. I think that switched the camera properly. Yeah, on short break. Cool. Ah, the potion mouse should be the one tied up on the fire stand. Maybe we'll try and work that in, guys. All right, I'll be right back. Just gonna fashion some libations. BRB. All right, I have now crafted some quaftables. Concocted. There we go. I mixed some ingredients together to create a mochaccino potion and ran some H2O through a carbonizer. I gassed my water. And there we go. I've created some potions. Easy peasy. All right. Butticino, indeed. A fine butticino. There we go. So maybe we can do something like this, where it's like want to like strap it in behind it, maybe? I don't know, it just might not work. Just strapped on here. It feels so out of place if I like put it here. It's just like, what is this? I guess I don't know what the spiral thing is, but it looks more like it's actually creating a potion. Whereas this is just a goofy fun thing we made in like no 1 minute. Maybe we can just toss it back here. Just trying to think of if I could like strap it to his back. Tattoo. Maybe that's what we do. Maybe we just make it a tattoo. Maybe if I stretch it out. So it could be like strapped to his leg. It's like if I put it here, you won't really be able to see what it is. So it's kind of like if you were here, you know, but otherwise it's just like it's just got something strapped to his leg. It's like maybe that. So it's like hidden. Yeah, because I want to put it in. I just don't want it to like be the wrong kind of element for the image, you know? Okay, cool. You guys dig it. That's good, good. All right, good, good. Yeah, we can still like put the face on it and stuff. I just felt like it super didn't fit before, but that'll work. Glad we could figure that out. Okay, so I think his legs still need a bit of work. Um, all right, and then I think gotta have those torn sleeves to reference out to my. Let's not have that touching. So yeah, in the game that I'm referencing, this character Otomai, he's just like an NPC in the world. Um, but in the timeline, like 1,000 years ago, he was basically this alchemist that just kind of like created little characters and creatures. He like created life, and then he like created this one like ogre type thing. I don't remember the story exactly, but it like had this weird kind of weird magic imbued in him where when he cried the tear would just like keep expanding basically forever. So uh, the ogre like got really upset over someone that he loved at some point, you know, later on in its life, and it basically cried and drowned the entire world and destroyed the world. So good job, Alchemist Boy. Might destroy all of Narnia. So you better stop him. how Shrek was born. It's possible we'll do a little description um, for the character. I think I'll write up something because Franco usually kind of just writes up whatever he wants and kind of comes up with his own idea. Um, but he does like when we kind of have an idea and give him a direction to go with. Makes it a bit easier on him. So I'll probably do a little nod to the universe because honestly, it's like my favorite kind of game of all time, uh, other than MouseHunt, of course. Um, so I'm more than happy to do a little nod out to it. I basically played Dofus since since it was in alpha actually, which was well before MouseHunt came out. It's very old. I think it's as old as World of Warcraft. Over a decade. Like, I think I was playing it. Yeah, I was definitely playing it in like my first year of college. So back in like 2003, man. I like it. This is the story of a golem who cried a river and drowned the whole world. Okay, nice. Definitely feeling pretty good about where this is going. Still want to do something with like the toes. Okay, awesome. Pretty happy with that now. Gonna make that shape feel a little bit more squared off. I'll turn that into strap, I think. And we'll kind of like make them all vines. Rift Chrono was not called a Time Lord. Oh, that would have been good. Darn. Sorry, I'm just reading the chat. There's some really neat, fun things in here. The bio rules. Nice. Have you read Plankrun's journal about the Acolyte? Just saying. Just saying. Yeah, Otomai. I'll have to read the Tribal Rift idea on the forums. I do enjoy seeing other players' concoctions and getting inspiration from those. To your coffee, I had a butticino. It was hot chocolate mix, a little bit of milk, and then coffee mixed into that. The slime on the bottom of the bag makes me think the potion is secretly a bag of frogs. Yeah, no, yeah, good call on the me never reading the chat. It's so true. Okay. So, I'm pretty happy with where the character is. I'm going to quickly flip through the other characters we've developed for this area, just for a reference note. Oh, also sound my horn. And have my browser crash. Goodbye, chat. Well, I gotta make sure my horn sounded. I gotta find all of those windows and open them again, and their images. So this will take a minute. Skeleton mice. Skeletal champions. You guys have the worst drops, which is basically nothing. Give me up potions. All right. There. Those Pichu mice. Open you. Open. There we go. So those are all the completed mice, which I am not showing you. Checks camera to make sure he's not showing you. Good. Good. See, I'm just drawing up, well, pulling up characters to get a good idea of what the other artists have created, because Lauren and Maxine have done most of the characters for this area. I was busy finishing up some HUD stuff and then working on other things, so I've really only done characters during Feedback Friday for this, so I've done one mouse other than the one we're working on right now. There's a lot of great content that you guys haven't seen yet for this area, so I'm super stoked about it. Very cool stuff. So I'm just going through those tasks and seeing what they've created so I can make sure to draw upon the right elements and make it feel like my character fits with theirs. So I've pulled them all up now. Let's see how many mice we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, including the one that I did 2 weeks ago. So we still have a few more to go. It's not going to be like an absolutely massive area, but it's going to have a decent number of characters. Right. So we got some cool etchings in the rocks. We have nice light, flowy fabrics and heavy, soggy kind of moss and vines and stuff, depending on if they're air or mouse character, or air or water characters. Rain, I guess. Okay. Good. Good. The latest one learned it is very pretty. You guys are going to like that one a lot. Very nice. It's a very nice. Actually, I think I'll use that one for most of my inspiration. Oh my goodness. Had a stretch I had to get out. Okay, so let me pull the chat back because I totally lost that and haven't grabbed that back yet. Gaming.youtube. Go live. Hopefully I'm still streaming. Okay, good. And pop out chat. There we go. We're good. I have you back now. Thank you. I just saw that was a good Skeletor impression. I'll get you, He-Man. Oh, that was bad. You just showed off all the new mice, Brian. You missed it. I showed off all the new mice to myself because I had to reference. Can't think of a better name. I mean, you can imply what you want out of what I say. Will not confirm or deny things. You never know what the future holds. Probably mainly because us developers don't always know. We figure it out as we go. Yeah, if you got more of the plank run pages, which I really need to add more to the world. Another thing that I need to like actually get around to doing. Um, the plank run pages talk about the acolyte mouse meeting with a master of mice. And basically, the acolyte is the acolyte of the master mouse. Um, so, who knows what that means? But it's probably big and scary and full of doom. Cool. Okay. Crush that layer down. Let's give this a flip. Okay. Feels all right. I feel like this shoulder or arm compared to this one is a bit weird because this one implies that it's coming at us a lot, and then this one implies that it's not. So I almost need them to feel the opposite because this shoulder is closer to us than this one, right? So I need this arm kind of coming forward more foreshortened. And then this one maybe just a little bit flatter, but I do like how it looks. I think I just need to at least adjust this one, and then we'll see. So put the elbow right there, and then I think I'm gonna switch the hand to just be like right behind this sack of gross. This will be coming at us. So he's kind of holding it out away from his body now. And then I can use the arm straps to kind of show more depth, dimension with the arm. So if I have the band wrapping and kind of like showing that it's, you know, not flat, it'll come at us more. I am horrible at explaining this, but hopefully it just works. So I guess I shouldn't have erased the little flask boy, because now it's completely altered what we can see of it. We'll just repaint part of it. It took like seconds to actually paint that thing originally, so not too scared. Plus maybe we can make it fit the style of this a little bit better now. Okay, so we'll get like just fingers peeking around, I think. It's like the thumb and middle finger, and that's all that you'll be able to see of his hand, I think. Cool. I mean, that hand or that thumb might even be too big. It says this weird goopy thing. It's like have these pores stretch. You can feel like it's like really gross and like saggy. Hmm. Do I draw with a graphic tablet? I use a Cintiq, which is a monitor that you draw directly onto um, with a stylus. I started with a graphic tablet. I started with like a Graphire 2, which is like 15, 20 years old at this point. Um, and so, you know, very little pressure sensitivity and accuracy, but, you know, you make do with what tools you have, essentially. And then because drawing pays for itself for me, I was able to afford getting Cintiq. I started with the 12WX, which is kind of like the smaller, it's like 10 years old now, but still works. The colors aren't amazing for it. It's very dark, and the purples are super messed up. Um, but I use that for, well, technically up until this year, I was using it at the office. Um, and then I picked up this big 21-inch Cintiq for myself. Uh, let's see, like 3 years ago, I guess. And I've been using that when I'm working from home. Um, I used to take the 12-inch one back and forth from the Hit Grab studio to home, and that was a lot to pack up and carry on my back every time I'd kind of work from home. So it was nice getting a station that's permanent at home. Um, yeah, and then at work we switched out the old 21 or 12-inch kind of like 10-year-old ones for the new Cintiq Pros or whatever. They're also like 12 inches. I think they're 13-inch now. Um, but they're kind of I have mixed feelings about them because they have like touch capabilities, and that I hate. So I turn it off, but every time I like come back to the station, it's turned itself back on, and there's like all these weird little technical hiccups that it has where it just like forgets how you kind of like set it up, and then you have to like redo settings constantly, and yeah, like it hasn't been smooth working with it, but it's a great device. It's fantastic. Yeah, it's just there being bugs that are really annoying. And Lauren's been experiencing them as well because she also got the Pro one that I have. Yeah, I like this guy. He's kind of cute. There you go. We can actually see this bottle now. I love it. It's a bag of frogs. That's what it is. You can have a mojito from this potion machine while you negotiate about the bag of frogs. Good. All right, I think we're ready to start blocking in the colors. So knock the opacity down on that. Just delete that old layer. Give this a save, and grab my accent brush. Grab a color. Let's see, we'll go just kind of dusty brown for now. Pull up my reference. Okay. I'm just going to start to block in the silhouette of the character. just going to draw kind of the visible mouse parts, and then on a layer above that I'll do some fabrics, maybe a couple of layers because there's a lot of fabrics going on. Then we'll address the potion. I don't know. What would that be like? A cauldron, maybe? Maybe a cauldron? Yeah, I guess that's a cauldron, technically. So I'll do a layer above that. Let's use kind of something like this. Nah, let's use something like this. And again, this is just placeholder coloring. We won't use these as the final colors. It's just so that I can kind of see everything broken up and can paint over things easily. We'll do a separate layer for the weird fluid sac on top of everything. Grab a hard-edged eraser, clean up some edges. Need to get rid of some of the shoulder there. Overpainted too much. Yeah, another thing about the new like Pro Cintiq, probably my biggest gripe about it is that it doesn't have hotkeys. I love hotkeys. So I now have this like crazy posture at work so I can like have my hand on the keyboard. And it's probably not the best for me. I've actually been having some pretty bad shoulder problems. I had to go into the physio like 2 days ago because the pain was pretty bad. But now I have a really great physiotherapist, and he's awesome and very, very knowledgeable. So that's always good. And I go back to see him again. Not the coming up Thursday, but the one after. Okay. Just fill all that in. And then let's erase away some stuff. So we're going to do the belt stuff, the cloth there, the arm bands on a layer above. So let's use a different color again. We'll go to kind of a yellow, I guess. yeah, so apparently with my shoulder, um, my is it the suddenly I can't think of the word for it. Shoulder blade. There we go. My shoulder blade sticks out. My left shoulder blade sticks out, um, and so he was saying that it was probably because like the muscle group on my back, I use basically the wrong muscles to kind of like pull things with this motion. So like the inside lower muscle on my shoulder blade is too weak. So my shoulder blade just kind of like when it's relaxed just sticks out, and because of that, my shoulder is in a bad position and has ended up causing tendonitis, which is very not fun, um, especially when your job is to kind of draw with your arm. Um, yeah, so doing some exercises to strengthen that up, doing some stretches to open up my pectorals because they're too kind of just compressed at this point. Um, and yeah, it's already helped a ton. Like when I went in to see the physio, he like kind of identified the uh, tendon, the bicep tendon that comes up here. It splits into two, and it's actually where it connects here. There's like a bunch of buildup on the tendons themselves, and he like basically massaged them out, and it felt so much better after. So it's awesome. Very nice to have that addressed and be working on improving that because that's a kind of like long term badness that you need to make sure you're on top of because it'll get worse and worse until the point where you could potentially need surgery and then never be the same again. So I'm making sure to get my shoulder back to its original kind of uh, goodness because I use it every day. I need it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've never actually like gone to a proper physiotherapist before. I've like when I kind of chipped my elbow from being doored, um, I saw like a physiotherapist who was like at the hospital for about 3 minutes. They basically gave me a little handout of like, do these movements. Okay, bye. And that was it. And so I was like, okay, well, I mean, it worked. It helped. But yeah, when I actually went to like a sports clinic where they had, like a proper physiotherapist that like you sit down with and kind of book time with, he spent like 40 minutes just kind of like making me move in different areas and like applying kind of pressure and resistance and kind of like feeling the different kind of like parts of my shoulder and comparing them and basically, like discussed the history of my shoulder, all kinds of stuff, like went through every possible scenario to really just narrow down what's wrong with it. So feeling pretty confident about it. It's great. I'm excited to have someone who's like really like we're gonna make this work, gonna make this better. Not that the physiotherapist at the hospital wasn't helpful or anything or didn't want to help. It was just like nice to have that thorough an analysis. Yeah. All right, we'll do the potion as well. Just kind of blocking in stuff, of course, so it's just random colors for things. Have that overlap a little bit. And then for the earring, sure, we'll just use this color. It's going to be like rocks and gemstones, I think. And then the hair, do as kind of this dark blue, purpley color right now. Do some overpaint. Oh, darn, I wanted to do that on a lower layer. Actually, that's fine. I'll just put a layer on top. That is probably for the best, because then I can have it kind of overlap the fabrics here. There we go. Now he's got nice long hair. Good job, buddy. Cool. All right, so the layer on top, headband. I think I'll make that piece up there stone. So basically his accessories are stone, kind of like other characters from this area. Okay, so this is the layer that I'll use for the wraps. Ooh, raindrop shaped gemstone. So smart. Why didn't I think of that? I mean, you're absolutely right. Like, we want to keep a theme going here, right? So anywhere we can kind of squeeze that in, we should. Be a raindrop now. Although technically, when rain falls, it actually kind of flattens out pancakes as opposed to that. Air resistance. Okay, so that is Otomai there. And we'll do this top layer is going to be there we go. Cool. Feeling pretty good about that. All right, so we'll group this up. Here we go, he's all one. Do a group behind that. This one will be for the cauldron. Lunch break, that's probably a good point. It is 1:20 right now. I think we could fill in, we'll block in the color and then we'll go on lunch. Because I'm not like starving or anything. And I don't mind, like I like having kind of like the base flat colors plugged in, and then as soon as we return, we just start rendering it. It's a nice way to go. All right, so we'll just do that. So we'll use at least 2 layers for this. Grab kind of like a green rock color. Just start slapping it on here. I should have left the gaps. So we can use a different layer to address those. Okay, so the layer below, just use like a darker, less saturated color. Okay, and then yet another one. This one will be for the branches. Okay, we'll do like the fire going. Just gonna use some vines to wrap up. Ah, darn. Should have done the vines on the layer above. There we go. Not incredibly visible on the rocks below, but that's okay. We will address that. And we probably also don't want it to draw crazy amounts of attention, right? The fire parts are already going to do that. I'm going to just get some fibers to make it more living plant matter. Well, I guess dead plant matter at that point, but was plant matter. All right, we're going to use clay-like color. Go brighter. Probably going to make this spout out of wood. Okay, and then the layer below that, we're just going to have some stuff coming out of the pot. Some bubbles. Okay. Do a layer just for the glass. And then it will be lunch. All right, sweet. Give that a save. Okay, cool. So we're gonna go on lunch. That means I will be back in 1 hour. I'll put up a timer. That way you guys know exactly when I'm gonna pop back in. The pink jumper. Yeah, that color is gonna change. Don't worry. It's all just placeholder colors. Yeah, so we're going on lunch, and I will return in an hour. So I'll see you guys then. All right. Until then, be right back in an hour. Hello, friends. So, I had some difficulty with making my lunch. For whatever reason, the electrical kind of like outlet in my kitchen decided to not be working. So, as I thought I was cooking my lunch, I wasn't. So, I only just like finished cooking my lunch properly like 5 minutes ago. So I'm gonna take like 20 more minutes and eat, and then we'll come back to this, okay? So sorry about the extra long lunch break, uh, but yeah, um, I would like to get food in me properly. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know what's up with my outlet. I just had an electrician repair it, so it should be good, but I guess not. So yeah, I'll be back in 20 minutes. I'll put up the timer again. So there. Sorry guys. Boop. That didn't work. Boop. There we go. Okay. I'll be back in 20. Sorry guys. All right, and we are back. We have sufficiently filled our tummies and are ready to continue arting. Welcome back, my friends. So we are going to now start to actually render this character. We previously blocked in all the silhouette colors just to kind of lay out what our plan is for, the various layers. Um, Now we're just gonna lock the layers transparencies so I won't draw outside of the shapes that I created, and we'll just start to fill it in. So I kind of like this base color, the local color for this mouse. I think we can change this a bit. Um, Maybe that kind of green or yellow or earthy kind of color is nice. Yeah, actually, a little bit of like green and blue, cyan, because the wind mice have green fabrics, and then I kind of wanted the blue to represent like a bit of water, so he's kind of like got a little of both worlds, and we'll desaturate it, and in fact darken it, because I don't want it to be like a brightly dyed fabric. I want him to feel like he's kind of more worn and hardworking, and just kind of doesn't super care about showing off his appearance. He's more just kind of working away. So that's okay for that color. For this, I think we'll just darken it. Um, okay. And then I'll just do this as the same color so it's consistent. And this will be the rock color. Same with these earrings. I guess I don't need to actually make a selection. Cool. All right. Seems fine. Yeah, I made chicken burgers with brie. It was just cooking didn't work the first few times. I thought initially I was like, oh, I guess I just didn't like leave it in long enough. So I put it in for like 20 minutes, and when I came back, I was like, that is still frozen on the inside. It's just been thawing. Oh, I see. Nothing works in this outlet, so I had to cook it on stovetop. They were very tasty. And I had like onion, herby buns and stuff. I enjoyed. Alright. So the colors on the mouse are pretty good. I think the colors for the cauldron are a fine base, so I'm just going to start to lock in. First of all, I want to kind of decide on my light source. I think I'm going to do kind of a cooler light coming from above, maybe a little bit behind. So it's just kind of like an overcast sky, maybe. And then I want to have this warm fire kind of hitting him from this side. I think that'll look pretty nice. So it'll kind of just radiate out from here and just kind of hit this area. of him in the bottom of these, stuff like that. But first, I'll do the skylight. So I have my local colors. Now I'm gonna knock it down into kind of the shadows. So we'll say that that's kind of the character in shadow. We're going to go a little bit warmer, maybe a little bit more saturated. And then when we apply our lighting on top of this, it'll kind of have some nice color depth. So darken this down, try and find, okay, what would the shadows be? We'll, I think, desaturate it. We could go just a little bit. Well, I don't need to like shift it to be much warmer because I'm desaturating it. And since it's kind of like in the blue-green area, it would kind of just roll towards gray if it's getting warmer. These wraps, darken that down, and just roll it a little bit warmer. Really should have put this wrap on the wrap layer. Let me undo that. Grab that, cut, and paste. There we go. Now I can deselect first. Oh, I need to merge it down. There we go. There we go. Okay, so just a little bit warmer. Okay. These earrings should be on a different layer as well. There we go. That's fine. Okay, we'll use that color. All right, so now our character is kind of in ambient shadow. Now what we're going to do is we're going to grab the color we want, going a little bit cooler, a little bit brighter. I'll actually go towards grays to go a bit cooler. I guess I could use my color wheel to help determine this. So I'm going to go a bit brighter, a bit grayer, because I want to go towards blue, but it's on the opposite side of the color wheel. So it'll go to gray if I want to make it cooler, and I might slide it a little bit towards purple. That'll kind of create a cooler highlight. So then I'm going to use just my main brush. I'm also going to knock my sketch layer down more so it doesn't interfere quite as much. I think I'll go a bit brighter with this too. And I'm going to try and make it like a very soft light source, so there's not going to be really hard edges to the light except for where it's kind of casting shadows. Like the hair here can cast a shadow and such, but for the most part I want to keep it soft. Then we can use a harder edged light from the fire, which should make a nice contrast. think we'll go more red with the toes. We generally make them kind of more thinner skin, more blood kind of showing through, so it's going to be a lot redder, kind of like the tail. Whereas the arms and stuff are fur covered. Same with the face, the ears get a bit thinner and a bit redder. So we'll do that right now. We'll keep it still in the shadow and such. And the light source isn't incredibly bright, so I don't think it's gonna have like much light scattering through it, creating subsurface scattering. Get the toes. We'll apply a little bit more highlight to the toes because they'll be getting hit by the light. Fingers, these will go quite dark because they're going to have liquid over top of them, at least the bottom ones. What else? Just fade that up, I think. Just get a little more color variation in the face. Should probably do the eyes on a layer. Sorry, I just saw the chat. I had 2 burgers, and yes, it was super brie. Delicious. Yeah, I had some mayonnaise and ketchup because I'm a weirdo. Not very much, though. It was a lot of brie. Okay, so another thing I want to do is get the occlusion shadows going. So I'm going to go quite dark, and we'll go warm again. Let's saturate it. And let's try the occlusion brush. So occlusion is where the light just really has a very difficult time reaching the surface, where things overlap and touch. Basically, it's like your deepest, darkest shadows, and just kind of popping that in here and there. Definitely get occlusion between the toes, on the very bottoms of the feet where they're touching the ground. Maybe a bit too far on the toes, but we'll bring those back with some highlights, I think. Let's do that right now, actually, before I forget. So add a little more color to these. And then we'll get some kind of lighter gray for the highlight color. The sky, essentially bouncing light off the toes. The overcast sky. All right, cool. So it's got a little more depth to it now. I'm gonna dimension with the eye socket there. Just turn off the sketch for a second. I don't want the bottom of the chin getting too dark, but the sketch was making it hard to tell exactly what was doing what. Okay, and then we're just gonna reflect the sky in his eye there. Don't want to use an eraser. The thing in the top left is my indicator to let me know kind of what angle the light is coming in at. And mind you, because it's an overcast kind of light blue, it's going to be basically everywhere, from above at least. But I want to just kind of like have a good idea of what the main direction of the light is, so I can just paint that more accurately. And having a little kind of scribble of an arrow helps remind me of the exact angle every time. And we'll address the tail in a similar fashion. Gonna darken the top of the ear a bit more. Just smudge between the lines there. There we go. The Brewski mouse. All right, so turn the sketch back on. Let's address the fabrics a bit. Okay, I think I'm gonna have this collar piece be a different type of fabric. So I think I'm gonna go more earthy. But I'm gonna create this as a mask layer. Yeah, this will be, I guess, the same kind of color as the belt. Same fabric, rather. Cool. That's pretty all right. Just gonna darken this belt now. I think this kind of tabard thing coming down can be a different color altogether. Maybe let's see. Yeah, actually, I think like a red. Like a pretty muted red. Have that overlap it. I actually don't like how that lines up with the big drippy frog bag, so I'm actually just gonna erase a bit of this so it doesn't quite line up. Make that quite a bit thinner, actually. There we go. That feels a bit more centered. The tail is just missing a little piece. There we go. Lock that again. Lock that. I guess technically this should be on the same layer as this, but that would interfere with the hair. And it would be a pain to do that. I'll just leave it as is. So we'll lock that now. Grab this, go darker and warmer for the shadows. Grab our occlusion brush and start occluding some light. Okay, that's fine. Cast a little bit more shadow because the head is kind of blocking a fair amount of that light. And then we're going to go brighter and lose saturation because, again, we want to go towards the blue. We'll roll it towards the green, though, just to get it a little bit cooler. The back of this will have some light on it. I guess the front of this wouldn't really get much direct light, so I want the light coming from behind the mouse a bit. So we'll have it mainly in shadow, I guess. Okay, now we have kind of like the color palette I want for the rest of the build. Actually, I'm going to darken in here a bit more. More occlusion, going like super dark, where there's like deep wrinkles. There's some loud construction happening out there. They're basically these giant machines taking metal cylinders and like twisting it into the earth. So yeah, there's a lot of rumbling. Okay. So now this layer, go nice and dark for these. Grab our highlight color. And grab our occlusion color. So where they're actually like doing construction, it's like a big condo that they're building, of course, because everything where I am is under construction, being built into condos that no one's going to live in because Toronto. So there's this. It's like on the corner of a block, and right on the very corner of the block is a house, and they very clearly refuse to sell. So let me just. Okay, so bird's eye view of this. This is like. Alright, so this is like the street intersection here. And then this huge area is like a giant hole in the ground where they're going to build this massive condo. But right here is this like old house. And very obviously they've refused to like sell the land. So like the condo has like dug everything out right around that house, and like the fence that like keeps debris and stuff is like practically against the house, and so there's just this like massive pit with like giant holes and tubes coming out of it, and machines just twisting these like super loud tubes like right beside this tiny little house. I'm pretty sure they they're doing things to like annoy the people living there at times. Would not surprise me. But yeah, it's just so funny. There's this tiny little old house, just kind of like right there. And they're building all around it. It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, it would. I cannot imagine living there right now, because like we're like pretty much on the opposite side of the block. So like this is where the condo construction is. We're like way down the street over here. So this is a pretty far distance from us, but they're like literally inside the construction, and it's always super noisy over there too. Like Wash does not want to go near it. Yes, from that. Good luck finding me. There is construction on every other street in Toronto. I think maybe I will add a bit of color to. It's the one reason why I don't like using layers. Well, one of the reasons why I don't like using layers is just so many. They have to hunt through to find where you need to go. Um, okay, cool. So darken that. And lighten that. Go quite a bit lighter with it. Cool. Okay, so go a bit darker there. All right. So let's do his main garment now. So we'll go lighter and bluer. Okay, and then we will go darker and warmer. And use our occlusion brush. Okay. Good enough for the occlusion brush. Now I'll just use my regular brush to fine tune it. Okay, now I'll just smooth out some of the edges. Cool, that seems fine. And then let's get some of them wraps. So I'm going to take this color, go lighter and bluer, cooler, I guess. Oh, this is the same layer as the hair? No, I shouldn't have pasted it in there. Oh, well, that's fine. I actually prefer to work on one layer as opposed to several sometimes. Okay. Let's bring back some shadows. Bring me some occlusion. Some deeper shadows. Just use my smudge for that. Okay. Turn off the sketch. Turn it back on and lower it. What layer was I on? Okay, so I'm just getting some edges on the wrap here. And I'm going to grab this color and do a little bit of occlusion. Some more shadows up there. So that's a pretty okay base for him. Finger needs more occlusion in between. Go nice and dark. Clean that up so it doesn't look quite as bad. Cool. Okay, so my hand has been just worked on a tiny bit. Nothing too crazy. Let's do a little bit of shine on the hair, I think. The hair is not very shiny at all, so put that back. Guess the edge of the hair might get a little bit more reflection because of the Fresnel effect. The sky would technically be behind it. Oh, alright, cool. Not bad. Alright, so the belt, where are you, belt? There it is. I went right past it several times. I'm going to go nice and dark. Warm, very saturated. Trying to get some richer reds in here. It's like dinosaurs talking out there. Okay. Then I want to just put a little design on the headpiece here. It's going to be the negative of what Otomai's headband is normally. Turn the sketch just a bit. Okay. Dinosaurs! I don't know if you can hear all that construction noise, but it is pretty loud. Oh, one of the best things about all that construction though is there's this one guy who like lives, or I don't know, like is a landlord or something of a building on our street, and anytime anyone walks their dog like near his lawn, he like freaks out on them and like yells at them, and he's like a crotchety old man, and he's just like doesn't want dogs peeing on his lawn because it ruins his lawn and bushes and stuff like that. And all this construction stuff is like right across from his apartment building, and they like completely and utterly destroyed this man's lawn. So that bolstered a pretty good laugh from me. A little bit of karma there. And it's not like his lawn was anything, special. It was just regular lawn that everybody has. It's just he just kind of hates dogs and the people that walk them. So yeah, no doubt you can hear it. Ah, all right. Well, have a good sleep. Can't think of a better name. I will be reminded that the tail and the potion mouse are on the same layer. Thank you. Oh, why are you on this layer? Interesting. Turn the sketch back down. It's way too high. All right, so we have most of them blocked in. The tail and the mouse potion currently have not had any attention, so let's do that real quick. Grab this kind of darker tail color. Let's just do this first. We'll come in with more of the highlight colors. And just smudge the edges. Potion. What color? Yeah, mice with hair confuse me too, but it's kind of fun to add it on every once in a while. Maybe he's just wearing a wig. Sorry, I was responding to Alex on my phone. He's like visiting and taking care of his mom right now, and just lamenting that basically everything has been happening while he's away. Like there's like a friend of ours had a launch party for his game. Um, um, yeah, so a friend of ours, they launched their game called Cryptarch, and it's amazing, and it's on Steam, and it's super fun. It's a roguelike, but like you're this kind of like mecha pilot traversing through a roguelike kind of. It's not a dungeon. It's like a spaceship, a derelict spaceship, and you have to like destroy its defenses and the heart of it and stuff like that to salvage it and all kinds of cool stuff. And there's like good campaign, and yeah, a bunch of my friends were working on it. So that came out, and Alex missed the launch party. And then there's like a get together tonight because a friend is coming from out of town. Sorry. So yeah, we have a get together tonight that he's missing, and then it's Pride this weekend, and he's gone. So just kind of like it's too bad. So most of the time it's just kind of like nothing's going on and just chill. But yeah, bad timing. Sorry guys, I just wanted to respond. Um, yeah, so it's too bad he has to miss it on all that. It's gonna be a good time. So this potion, before I got distracted as to what I was doing. What color should we make it? Hmm. Okay. Sorry, guys. Potion color. Give me some colors. I vote the color of Jacob vetoing our choices and picking the best one himself. Good point. Well, we got reds, we got blues and greens. So you could go purple and then just keep it on. Well, no, we're going to have. See, what I need is like the full color wheel. The reds are very muted. The oranges are bright. There's a lot of green, but it's also muted. But the whole fire spectrum is going to be there. Sorry, I'm mumbling to myself. Basically, I'm trying to look at the overall color scheme and try and pick something complementary or just inclusive. I might actually leave the bottle to near the end to just get the right color, because that would probably be good. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to use the firelight to start to really add some nice dimension to the character, because right now he's very flat. So first I will hit up the bands, the armband and bandages. So we'll go quite a bit brighter, definitely warmer, more saturated. And then just kind of look at where the fire is and kind of draw a line to it. There we go. And we're going to kind of just imagine there is a Terminator. Sorry. The term for like where the light falls off is Terminator. Not actually imagining like a T9000 whatever the scene. Yeah, so I want it to have a hard edge to the light, basically. What else is on this layer? We got the hair, we have the belt. So you can take the belt, you can go nice and bright and warm. Just kind of imagine what is facing that fire. What would kind of get hit with this light? Is this reflective? If so, this is maybe like a leather or something like that. It's going to reflect some of that light. And we'll concentrate that a bit more, I think. Okay, that's fine. Anything else I should hit with the firelight? I think the armband on this side, maybe a little bit here. think, okay, well, we'll get a bit of light on this too, I think. Seems okay. All right, now let's get something with a little more impact. Let's do the arms and the body. So we'll grab smooth color, go brighter, go warmer, maybe a little more yellow. We're just gonna hit it with some nice firelight. Yeah, I think that was a bit too much. A bit too extreme there. Okay. Then for the teeth, something a little more like that. Yeah, we haven't touched the sack. Quite a few areas we haven't really brought the light into. Like, definitely nothing for the bag and the potion. So we'll get to those. Sketch. Oh, it's quite a bit darker than I wanted. There we go. Okay. So then maybe get some fire highlights on the fingers. Maybe a bit crazy. I think that's too far. Does not look good at all. Okay, let's get this really quick. Okay, and then this clothing, let's do a little bit of a treatment here. Let's see if this works. Okay. A little bit more here. Have it cut off here. And just a hint of it on this side. All right. Oh, it's looking okay. Not bad. I think I'll put a shadow, pardon me, um, below the character. So we'll do a warm shadow going this way. That's way too bright. So this is from the sky, kind of dropping some soft, cool light onto the character. So it'll be a very soft shadow. Just wanted something to ground the character a little bit more. Okay. It's pretty decent. I think I'll just drop this below all of it. There we go. And then same thing for this then. That's kind of casting its own light. Okay, so aside from the mulch, whatever it is, and the potion, that mouse is for the most part rendered and lit. So we need to do the actual cauldron and then just kind of fine tuning and we'll be done it. So I'm gonna do a quick save. I'm gonna take like a 1 minute break. Just stretch my legs and take Wash out because he hasn't been out for a bit, and he'd probably appreciate that. So I'll be, I guess, 20 minutes again. Then we'll try and wrap this up in the next 2 hours. As always, it's like a 6 hour stream, so 7, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna add a cooler kind of shadow, I think, for the fire as well. So I'll get to that too. Okay. Ugh. Yeah, I need to stretch, move about. Okay, so it is saved. A short 6 hour stream as always. Yeah, you know how it goes. Okay, well, I'll be back in 20 minutes. I'll put up a little timer again. All right, see you in 20. Hello, hello, and welcome back. I have a Pika on my lap. Hello, Pika. Very snuggly sometimes. Alright. So, took Wash out, had a nice little walk. Ran into a pretty dog and wouldn't leave her. Wanted to hang out all day. So I had to basically drag him away. She was very sweet and soft. Pika loves head nudies. What a silly cat. Alright, so where we left off, we've mostly rendered out the mouse. We haven't touched the sack thing and the potion. I figure we can address that after we've figured out the cauldron, because then we'll have a little more of an idea of what colors we might want to use, because they should be a point of interest, or at least the bag should, but the mouse bottle shouldn't. So I think if we address these, it'll kind of help us determine what we need to do still. I'm going to turn the sketch back on. Just close this group so it's not in my way. My drawing glove back on, because it is warm in here, and it at least insulates my hand a little bit against the hot monitor. This thing is wearing out, starting to lose kind of elastic fibers and rub off onto the monitor. Okay. So we'll go darker and warmer for the stones, for the shadow of the stones. Cool. All right. Go lighter and bluer on this side of the stone. Get a little bit of texture. Just get some ambient lighting on it, basically. Go nice and dark and get some occlusion. Okay, it's pretty decent. Go kind of nice and dark near the edge of the fire. Just so it has even more contrast to work with. Actually, that's something we haven't really been addressing, is the values of everything. I think we might need to push and pull some things because it does not necessarily read super clearly yet. I think we have a lot of grays and a little bit of darks, but not enough light. So I think we can maybe bring more light into the right areas. That might change when I render the sack though, because it's going to have reflections and stuff. But maybe I just want to bring a little bit more light to the face and around the bag to silhouette that a bit more, draw more attention to it. And then I think that'll probably read better. So probably address that after I've done the this portion over here. So now we're gonna do the fire pit, and we're just gonna blast it with some highlights. It's debatable if this ear would actually get a little bit of light in here, but it might just look nicer if it does. Okay. I think for this jar type thing, I want to go with like a deeper brown. It's so warm in here, I think I'm going to turn the AC on. Might get loud though, so just a heads up. Alright, so just trying to think of how to like put soot on it. So it kind of like has a look like it's made of earth. Which is perfectly fine by me. I want it to kind of feel organic instead of some like metal cooking cauldron. It's maybe just actually formed out of dirt. Maybe it's clay, imperfect clay formed. Make that nozzle out of stone, maybe. tried to bring it more to a clayish color. Okay, let's do this vine stuff really quick. Boom. All right. So, I think if we do the potion, light orange, then stuff in the cauldron, also light orange. Yeah, maybe that would be good. The bag of frogs be orange. It does look pretty good as a brighter color. Yeah, I think it being like bright and glowing and just kind of special, because I think I need to draw attention to it, to the composition. Ugh, so tired. Getting close though. Getting close. Wouldn't actually get the firelight up there, but just wanted a little bit more color. Knock that back. Oh, oh boy. How about we get the slider out? I think so far green and orange are my favorite. I'm thinking green, because we have all the vines on the right, and there isn't much green on the left to kind of balance it out. I think it'd be good to use that for this purpose. Can go nice and bright with it, can have nice strong contrast, which is something that I need for it. Yeah. Green it is, I think. Actually, you know what? For these circles, I'm going to do it on a masking layer. That way it'll be really easy to edit them after. How do you choose between matching colors and contrasting colors? Um, I think that's just kind of. I mean, there's probably like tons of different reasons for each, but I just kind of feel out what the image needs more to me. You know, for example, doing the green here is already complementing a lot of the mouse because the mouse has a lot of worms. Um, but also, I wanted there to be greens kind of throughout the whole thing a little bit more. So that's why I figured I'd try it. It wasn't guaranteed we were going to go with green, but it seems like it might work. All right. Shadow time. First of all, I'm going to do kind of the wet area. I agree, the fingers are too red. Agreed. Holy cow, it's 5 a.m. for you? He's still doing up. I mean, I guess because you got the weekend, right? So I don't want to be responsible for you, like, having such a dramatic lack of sleep. So it's not feeling wet yet. Definitely don't want to go all the way out here. Sorry, just kind of zoning out. Ugh. Ugh. Not gonna lie, I think I'm fading. Don't know if I'll be able to finish this one. There's not much left to do on it though, so let's just see. Let's give it a flip. a save. Alright. Hmm. Alright, should we hide something in the rocks? It's a butt rock. Dimples. N-A-H. Nah. A cat. Hide a cat. All right. Break up the silhouette on this a bit. Make it look properly organic. Hmm. Because I think this mouse potion just became like a gold statue. So I don't want to deal with. Helena, can you not jump on my mouse? Thank you. I don't know. My brain is shutting down. I don't know if I can deal with doing much else. I don't know. I might just get rid of it, to be perfectly honest. Oh, the other hand looks weird. Ah. Honestly, we're getting to the point where having everything on separate layers is just annoying. So here we go. Smush. All one layer. Make it a little quicker to move things around. It's just kind of that needs to a little bit more space. Okay, let's check the values again. Keep saying I'm like pretty much done, and I'm like, nah, I'll change this, I'll change this, I'll change this. It's just how it goes. Okay, so I definitely need to get more fire reflection on the branches here. Don't know how I completely missed that. Oh man. Alright, where are we at? Sorry, Potion Mouse. You were cute, but ultimately not meant to be. Okay, let's go back to the grayscale. Um, Just slightly lightening this up so that the contrast from the hair draws more attention. I think that I will darken this overall. Just need stronger kind of just changes of shape and value throughout the character. So that breaks up the character nicely. I just needed that. Also draws a little more attention to this weird sack thing. Oh, that's extra like fluid looking because of that brighter light, to be honest. So it works pretty well. Just weird slime goop in that. Gross. Wonderful. Okay, so the contrast of the values is much stronger now. I can actually darken the pants. The bottoms. Then lighten the feet a bit. We lose a little bit of that like super strong overcast. Just carve it the tail. Doesn't need a lot of definition. It's fine, in fact. I might just bring a little more saturation to the ear. Just get really saturated there. And then we'll pull back. So what's up there? And pull back. Alright. There we go. Now we have a little more interesting contrast. I think it reads a bit stronger, to be honest. Yeah, not bad. All right. I think I'm pretty happy with where this is at. I'm going to give that a save. Let's give it a final flip. We'll just kind of shift the whole thing over. Get a little bit of green on that foliage there. More green on the rocks themselves. There we go. Feels a little more mossy now. Good morning, Singapore. Amazing. Yeah, totally right. It was definitely a short stream. Called it. Called it, you guys. Here we go. That's all gross and goopy. Go erase away this. There's some nice detail that I want to preserve. He's a potion dropper mouse from Mosu Pichu. Ooh. Oh no, why are you still awake? My goodness. You're so screwed. Hey bud, come say bye, Wash. Come say bye. So I think we're gonna sign off. Hey bud. Yeah? What are you doing? What are you doing, bud? You come to say hi to everybody? Say hi. No? No? What's up? You miss Alex, don't you? I know, I miss him too. Forehead. Alright, so let's figure out the thumbnail. Gotta do the thumbnail, and then you can sleep. Finally. Um, no. There we go. I hate that new thumbnail tool, or the new crop tool. I have to go with Legacy. Alright, so what do you guys think for thumbnails? His face. It's kind of got a good face. I kind of like that. Would be easy. Got the slime. Also not terrible. Tap. Might be hard to read. Little fire cauldron. Yeah. It's not bad, actually. It's like something is being cooked, you know? It's kind of curious. I think I'm between this one and the face. I think they're the strongest ones. Yeah, let's go with this one. Let's just do it. It'll allow you to be free. That's annoying. Why are you doing that? You're supposed to be a single pixel pencil. Ah! Why are you, like, smearing? No. You see nothing. Honestly, there's probably still stuff I need to address in the image. So I may need to just come back and finish it. But I don't think I can do any more work on it today. I am arted out. So many different outputs. Alright. There we go. It's all saved. And there we have it, friends. Mission complete. Woo! Alright. That was fun. I enjoyed the character. It's a little tribute to a game that I love, so little tribute to a game that I love, drawn in the game that I love. This is pretty great. I don't think it's perfect. I don't think it's too incredible, but I had fun with it. I had fun hanging out with you guys. I'll see about maybe touching it up in the future if I can figure out what I need to do to it. I just feel like it's not totally there, but I'm just unable to work on it any further. It is closing time, my friends. So I shall catch you next time. Have a safe and happy weekend, everyone. I shall see you probably in 2 weeks. Happy hunting to you all. All right. I'm out. Good night. That was another short one by me, Jacob, the fast stream boy. Okay. All right. I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for hanging out. As always, it's been a pleasure. Bye forever. No. Bye for now. Get some sleep. Sleep. Okay.